Good evening. Welcome on in. My avatar is not reacting. I've made some changes today and I clearly have forgotten to update some things. How are we all doing tonight? How has your Saturday been treating you thus far? I am so terrible at updating the QOTD. Let's try that out. Okay. Now let's... Yep, that's all reacting properly. Excellent. Okay. Howdy ho. How are we all doing? Congratulations, Wolf, on the X999. I've had a pretty good day, all things considered. I had a really weird dream, though, last night. I had a dream that I can't remember what it was precisely, but somehow it's really hard to explain. Somehow the Death Star was involved, and Batman, I think, and somehow I was involved in all of this, and we had destroyed the Death Star, but in doing so, caused it to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and crash into the Earth like a meteor, which had caused this enormous tidal wave or tsunami, like a kilometer tall, which basically wiped out everything and also froze everything at the same time. And what that meant was that not everyone actually died. Some people just froze. And then for whatever reason, they were unfrozen for like a year every 1,000 years for some reason. It was weird, like really weird. And also really vivid. I clearly ate something last night that did not agree with me, but it was entertaining. Of that, there is no denying. And it's one of those dreams that has clearly affected me because I can remember it really quite clearly. I have a few dreams like that where I'm kind of like, yep, I can remember that. Even from like years ago, there are some dreams that I'm just like, can remember that one, can remember that one, can remember that one. There's a few of them. All right, we are going to... I think we're just going to jump into it. As the name of the stream suggests, we're changing things up a little bit. We're playing on Steam, baby. Tonight, or this afternoon, I finally pulled the trigger. It was on sale. It was about 44% off for the whole kit and caboodle. We got some mods in here. Got the Drag Race DLC for those sweet ECU or carburetor tunings. I think because obviously I personally don't want to go back through the campaign, as it were. I think what I'm going to do instead is basically just jump into a sandbox game, because that gives you like a lot of the unlocks and stuff like that, and then we just work on cars. Because that was basically what we were doing in the career mode, but I don't want to have to work my way back up to that, you know? So there was some cheats, wasn't there? There were some cheats. I remember we were looking for that when we were really, really dire straits on the old money front. CMS 2021 cheats. What does magicgameworld.com have to say in this probably AI produced thing? So where do I put these? Starting profile. Okay, so you choose one of these names. So what we could do, instead of doing sandbox, what we could do is simply start a new game in theory and just call it CMS 2021 promo, no spaces, and that'll give us level 36 and $500,000. Maybe we do that. Get the best of both worlds that way. This is my first time launching it, so I'm just going to make sure we got everything up to spec. Turn that off. Cloud shadows, of course. Motion blur, no. Deep haze, yeah, why not? Contact shadows, yeah. Save that. Actually, I think Shadow said this is supposedly DMCA free music. Why don't we try it out? Just this once, as a treat. Turn on that. Gearbox automatic, show friends. As in the songs that I've had, or the songs that this has? Because I'm more than happy to break out the old playlists again. Alright, let's stick with these then. And what was it? It was, sorry. Was CMS 2021 promo. And it supposedly will allow us to just kind of jump in. We decline the tutorial. One thing that isn't quite as nice, because we're doing the music in the game, stops in the loading screens. So I had a relatively productive day today, or at least it felt like it. I have... Oh, sounded like something happened. Yes, it worked. Look at it up there. Level 36, $504,000. And we just got some sweet Chivos as well. Lovely. I think you can then change it, change the name of the game after the fact. Let's go in here and let's upgrade some things. Logging onto what? Logging into the Pentagon. It only works in this. Well, I don't know. I feel like it might only work on the Steam side, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's not the case. I didn't actually try it on the Xbox side, so. This definitely feels a little bit more, I don't know, 2012 than 2021. I feel there was a game I was playing recently and I can't remember what it was. And it was an older game. And then like dubstep came on and I was like, yes, this is absolutely an older game. Okay, we have 123 skill points. Yeah, I might go back to our more traditional DMCA free music. Let me just finish the old unlocking. Yeah, I have to agree, if I'm honest. Thank you, but no thank you. All right. Let's open it up. So I have unfortunately noticed that at least some of it has been copyrighted sometimes, which is quite annoying given that the name of the the playlist is DMCA free. Okay. I think that's better. That's right. We've got all this new stuff we've got to now investigate. Yeah. That sure is a warehouse. Investigate all these things. Oh yeah, we got to customize the garage again. Probably that, right? Where was it? It was... I think we had bare brick up here. Go for a whiter color down there. Newer lifters, thank you. Okay, that's frankly all I can be bothered with. Now we've got to go and check out all these new machines we got. They can stop flashing at us. Window tint thing that we've never actually used. Salvage container. I actually know what the salvage container is. Because we never actually used the salvage container either. What's... Oh, this is the Dinos track. Yeah. This is an unusual Sonic experience. Where was that other... There was a orange thing I saw in here somewhere. No matter. Oh, what was that? Community Car Body Shop. These are the car mods. Okay. So I think what we want to do is go to the map. And, well, what am I going to do? Go to the junkyard? I reckon we go to the junkyard, see what's up. Just check it out, and then we might have a look at the options if there's nothing of particular interest here. I'd really like to do a Mazda, because I'd like to do a different engine than just your standard piston engine. Getting a rotary engine, a Wankel, would be really nice. Just because it's different. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Very sensitive there for a second. We got an achievement for visiting the junkyard. That is not a car. This is a Honda S2000, I think. It is. One of the mods. It only has one engine in it. Maybe not just yet. Oh, this is a G-Wagon. Another one of the mods.
Like a subconscious impulse. I can see it right in front of me.
Okay. I didn't quite expect to get mods straight out of the gate. Okay, we've only gotten mods. This is a Volvo Volvo 240 Estate. Can put a lot of engines in that one, actually. Might take that one just because there's a little bit more flexibility. Okay, so there's not a car over here. Aha! Another mod car. The Audi R8. I think I might acquire this. Let's just double check. So there's the Honda S2000 and there's the Volvo 240 Estate. Oh, there's a Volkswagen Bora over here. Audi any day of the wheel or any day of the week? What were you trying to go for there? Because both work. Any day of the wheel is a pretty good pun. I feel like I should pick up this after my conversation with Shadow last night. How did that stop me? I could just walk over that. Just lift your leg up slightly higher, my guy. And I think we could go for the ultimate sleeper build with this car. Then again, why don't we just roll the dice again? Let's return to the garage. Kind of just maybe give them a bit of a wash, what we've acquired, and then head on back out. Nope, that's the wrong one. I wanted that one, that spray. Yeah, it's a lot whiter than I thought it was. Travelers, this is also not the correct vents on the side. If it was in fact an Audi R8 V8, it wouldn't flare out like that. The original V8 ones just kind of smoothly came down. We've already made a profit. Only way is up. Okay, let's go put you there and swap you with the G-Class. I feel like this shouldn't need to be interior detailed because we are clearly interiorly detailing it as we do this. I'm also, wow, that's rusted as hell. I'm also pretty impressed we were able to get it here without a steering wheel. Well done us. What a bunch of go-getters we are. Okay. Just go back to the junkyard. See what else is around. I really want an RX, to be honest. An RX-8 would be hella choice. It seems to be prioritizing mod cars for some reason. Well, there's a Stang. Oop, come on, we can get up those stairs, surely. There we go. The Salem Spectre, okay. So it's not a Mustang, but it is a Mustang, let's be honest. I actually don't know. If there was one, I would like to say that I would have gotten that, yes. But I can't remember if A, there was one, and B, if I did actually get it. We'll have a look when we get back to the computer. Or can we do it here? No, we can't. This is another Audi. The RS6 Avant. With another V8. No car here this time. What are you? Oh my goodness, we found a McLaren. I mean, it's not what we're looking for. Oh. Nelly. And it's not what we're buying either. Okay. Well, it was nice to look at. We're just gonna keep on trucking. We've got an Evo here. Oh, sorry, just a Lancer. I can't buy it. I don't have $1 million. Not yet, at least. Now, what are you? A Citroen C1. Lovely. I legitimately love a small car. I'm gonna buy that. It's a bit of a downgrade from the G-Wagon and the R8, but I do stand a small car. Okay, let's return to the garage and let's just hop on the Puda and see if I do have an NSX in the old library. One thing I should also announce is I have actually added a new redeem. It's about $2,000, and frankly, I'm very proud of it. I don't know if we do. We do have a Holden Effie, and I'm very excited to have a look at that at some point. I'm just going to quickly jump over to the workshop and see if there is an NSX. No, there isn't. So I guess there wasn't one for me to get in the first place. Here you go. I'm really quite proud of it. It is a lot, but I am, yeah, I'm inordinately proud of it. And then that's the game in Windows 98. Okay. This is what we've got. We've got the Citroen C1. There's a lot of customization here. My goodness. And that's just the Citroen. Let's go back. Let's have a look at the Audi R8. That is a lot of customization too. You can't see it clearly, but there are 5 different headlights. No, sorry, 6. 6 different headlights, 4 different taillights. And like 10 different rear bumpers for the R8. Love it. And the G-Wagon, there's a lot. There's a lot of less images though. It's just a lot of text. It took a lot of kind of visual coding to get it to work, and then it shuts down. I'm really proud of it. I am like really proud. It took me quite literally 2 hours or so. A lot of it was just kind of finding because like each of the noises I've gotten off of YouTube and stuff like that, even the mouse clicks and stuff, a lot of it was just down to that. But I'm really quite happy with how it turned out. Okay. We're going to start with the easy one. We're going to start with this. Give it a wash. We'll get it done. And then I think we'll do the R8 next. Obviously, your boy is going to pimp this to within an inch of its life. Get you inside. Actually, while we're here, we should move the R8 inside too. Let's get you up. And let's get the welder over. Oh well, gosh darn it. That's the button. Okay, and we'll take you over to the R8 too. While we're using you. Give you a bit of a spark. Alright, thank you for your service. Now, what are you plugged into? Okay, so we're going to take the wheels off. No, it's not on the lift. We lifted the other one up, not this one. Apologies for the ads, chat. They will be starting soon. I also worked to put a timer on the ads. So a 3-minute timer should turn up. Kind of keep you posted as to how long it's going to take. Okay, we are unscrewing significantly faster than we used to. So that is also a nice change. Accessible from underneath the car, but do we need to access it though? Maybe we can just get away with taking this off. Yes, we do. Damn it. Well, ad is not done. I clearly asked you to reset when you did your thing, when you turned up. Now we're just lying to people. Yeah, well, let's just turn you off in the meantime. See if it fixes itself. Otherwise, we're back to the drawing board. But at least we got one good redeem out of the day. That's the important part. I mean, there's a wheel hub inside. Then we get rid of you. I think I was level maybe 12? No, I wasn't level 12. I definitely wasn't unscrewing things as quickly, but I had the whole garage. I had the whole garage. I know that much. So we're not jumping too far ahead. But what level I actually was, I don't rightly know. Can we take you out? Yup. What engine was that as well? Doesn't say. It's an i3 DOHC. Okay. Let's start a new one. We have a lot more engines now, chat. V8 twin turbos, for example. V8 twin turbo rear wheel drives for the V8 Vantage. Land Rover engines. A whole mess of V12s. V10s. A whole mess of straight 6s. A lot of straight 4s, unsurprisingly. So this is the one that the C2 has. Let's get started. Fuel filter, yes. Oil filter, no. Crankshaft, no. Alternator, yes. Water pump, no. You'd think I'd get used to what I can and cannot get, but I have not. I'd like to say it's because I'm more sensible than I should be. And like, there probably should be a performance water pump. In the same way as a performance alternator. And it's thermostat? Nope. I don't even remember that from the Xbox version. I don't think I ever put a thermostat on. Certainly not on a 3-cylinder engine. I really do like small cars. I didn't used to necessarily, I guess, almost idolize them quite in the same way that I do now. But I've really grown to love a good hot hatch. Like a Golf R wagon in particular. Absolute goals, absolute dream car. Or for something slightly older and a little bit more esoteric, the what's the word? The 1 Series with the 3-liter straight 6 in it. Love the car. I didn't know you could do that. Or at least I didn't pay attention to that up there. There we are, that's that. I want this. 3, please. Yeah, I mean, they are real impressive people, the people who do the Tour de France. Because that is rough. Then again, cyclists full stop are pretty like hardcore people. Like riding on main roads as a cyclist is pretty hardcore in of itself. There's 9 times out of 10 the people that like the cars that he's sharing it with you don't want you there. 7% performance increase. Nice. Are you watching the Tour de France currently? Is that something that you enjoy watching, the Tour de France? I don't think I've ever really given it that much attention, to be honest. I mean, I don't really watch too much sport in general, but the Tour de France in particular, not too fussed about. To DOHC, so there's 2 cams. Yep. But it's absolutely crazy, you're right. Like the distances and just the distances and the speed that they have to travel at, compete in that event is crazy. Definitely, unquestionably athletes. Not that I think anyone was, you know, debating that fact, but I think it is VR, isn't it? I think you can play it in VR. Did I not pick that up? No, I mustn't have. That's a real shame. I think it is in VR. I feel like I've seen it in VR. Let's jump over to Steam real quick. Car mechanic simulator. Yeah, it is. It's an additional $30, unfortunately, and it's got mixed reviews. 62% positive. It looks like the gameplay is basically the same, except you can move your head around, but you're pointing at things and then the things are unscrewing it, rather than having to go in and ratchet it yourself. And maybe that's something to think about. I mean, it was never going to be like 100% accurate, right? Ratchet and clank it yourself. Some percussive maintenance hitting it. That is a game series that completely went past me. I mean, in no small part because I've never had a PlayStation. But I've never really played any of the Ratchet and Clank games. My personal favorite game series growing up, that is a good question. I don't know. I guess Need for Speed is probably the most consistent throughout my life. Oh, we've got 2 more over here, okay. That's probably the most consistent game series that I've been involved with over my life. But my favorite, now that I think about it, my favorite game series, I don't know. My favorite game is probably, growing up, would probably be a game called World in Conflict, which was like a Cold War strategy game, which I really enjoyed. Game series, I don't know. What's yours? Like, what's your answer to this question? It's a really weird bulge there. I mean, I can't really say things like Halo or whatever because we didn't have an Xbox. though I really did enjoy Halo 1 on my laptop. I mean, again, I never really played Jack because I never had a PlayStation of my own, but I remember a particularly fun night at a friend's house. It was a family friend, so Mum was upstairs, if I remember correctly, talking with her friends, and we were downstairs playing Jack 2 in particular. Just kind of hanging out in the open hub world, trying to get the because it was kind of like, if I remember correctly, it was kind of like kids first GTA. Like you could steal cars, get cops and stuff like that. They were just having fun doing that, and I remember that incredibly fondly. Alright, are we missing anything? Or is that an i3 engine all done? So I don't think I've ever played any of the missions, so I don't know if that carries over or if it's just in the open world. Let's leave you there for a second. Okay. Well, then yes. But I did really enjoy the limited time I've had with Jack 2. How is 3 different to... Does 3 kind of keep that GTA vibe that 2 has, or is it a different game again? Because Jack 1 was... I've played a little bit of it, and I saw someone on Twitch play it recently, and it is so much just a platformer. Very difficult. Okay. I think we might need to, because we don't actually have any scrap. Now, I don't know if that means that we can't repair things. I don't actually know if you need scrap for that. Because we've never actually been to that cargo container out there with the scrap thing. It is a little bit of a shame that the Jack franchise kind of died a death. Like, Ratchet and Clank is still going. Whether it's successfully going, it's still going. Like, they had a new game not long ago. I think it was a PS5 launch title, wasn't it? But the Jack series has kind of just disappeared. A lot of the games that my brother and I played in our childhood, I'm sure I've mentioned this before, weren't really games that we, or games full stop, or games that we owned, because we, I mean, I guess like a lot of kids didn't have a huge amount of money going around, so would buy demo discs. Jack X? What is Jack X? A racing Jack? I didn't know there was a racing Jack. I thought there was only the 3. thought there was only the three mainline games. Jack 1, 2, and 3. Jack the Lost Frontier? And I take it Daxter is just one where you play as Daxter. I don't even know about that one either. My Jack lore is very lacking, apparently. Okay, well that's probably best I didn't know about it then. It was CMS 2021 promo. All lowercase, no spaces. Or you can just look up CMS 21 cheats, I think it was. And that gives you the names of the save games, because there's multiple ones, with this one being the most powerful, I guess, in terms of like what you get when you put it in. But there were other ones that were less powerful if you want to not be as overpowered. Well, there you go. I think that was the problem last time. Like, it would work if we started a new game, but I didn't want to. I was like, well, what do I do now? What if I don't want to start a new game and I want to get money? How do I do that, game? Riddle me that. So we just had to grind, as you recall. I don't know why I bothered to fix the transmission, because we will be replacing it. Oh, we can also ECU tune now because we've got the drag DLC. A whole new world has opened up to us, chat, in terms of what we can do. To get more power, baby, out of our car. And we're starting off with the almighty 3-cylinder Citroen C2 city car. We might even be able to take it to the drag strip, actually, because we've got the drag DLC as advertised. Which, unsurprisingly, comes with a drag strip. Oh, bollocks. I was just so focused on the drag DLC and zoom in. Oof, close. One thing that is nice about restarting the save is that the inventory is a little less busted now. Just not filled with all the junk that we've repaired and then just didn't end up using. Let's get some rubber. Bushings. I completely forgot the name of it somehow. Even though it's the part that we buy the most of. But I guess just thinking about it, the like CMS promo must be what they like gave out to the journalists and stuff. Wait, this is an intercooler. Could we have made it turbo? Ah, it doesn't matter. We'll stick with it being naturally aspirated. Not ideal, but it'll do. Oh dear. We'll start off just naturally aspirated and I'll work our way up to being, or acquiring turbocharged monsters. Let's get some wheel hub bearings. Let's get some carbon ceramic front discs. Probably a little bit of overkill for a C2. But probably better overkill than not, right? Because some of the cars, as we've discovered, are a little bit dicey under braking, and that's even when they're upgraded. A sway bar. Get two of these. Rather cinematic. Trumpet being played or whatever it is. Spring. Front spring. 2. Shock. Front shock. 2. I can't remember if I bought 2 of those. Let's find out. I only bought 1. And then there were 2. Yeah, having the all of the abilities and even just like a little bit more currency on hand does make things just easier. Obviously. You just kind of get down to having a little bit of fun putting together cars. Oh, you did all those upgrades, did you? I haven't done that one yet. I'm not sure why, but I'm kind of like, I don't want to. I don't want to travel that fast. And I don't know why. I don't know what's holding me back. I mean, being like the Usain Bolt of the American Midwest would be convenient. getting around the shop. None of these are in here, right? Now the intercooler is there. Slow you down. Take you off of here. Let's put you in. Wait, we bought one, right? Yeah, we did. And we also fixed one, so that's embarrassing. Didn't need to do that. Oh well. Radiator fan. Ooh, a Porsche radiator fan. La-di-da. For your Porsche radiator fan needs. I don't know why this intercooler right there needs to be up on a lift. But fine. It will be. There you go. That wasn't hard, was it? Custom gearbox. Pressing my face right up against to the suspension. I'm just gonna screw this in right here. Let's reach around the cross member. We fix up the drive shaft? Hell yeah, we did. We fixed up one of the drive axles at least. Front drive axle H. The best drive axle, the H one. Okay, why is that one not ready to be... Ah, because it doesn't have the sway bar. So we need that, we need that, we need that, that. The air filter base and the power steering. Let's be honest, let's just start this all again. And we leveled up again. Okay. Window washing fluid. Coolant reservoir C. ECU type B. The B type. The brake servo. The air filter base. And the fuse box. I forgot to buy the power steering. Battery. I can pick up a battery at least while we're here. Power. Steering reservoir. Classic 4-cylinder air intake filter for a 3-cylinder car. Tale as old as time itself. Thankfully it had to be screwed in rather than clipped in. Because I hate using clips in this game. Clips are like the worst part about this game by a country mile, basically. How many do we need? We need 3. I discovered today that this is so unrelated to everything else that we've been talking about thus far. Totally Accurate Battlegrounds is back and relatively active again. Totally Accurate Battlegrounds is a battle royale made by the Totally Accurate Battle Simulator people. I think that's the name of the game, right? Totally Accurate Battlegrounds. Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. It is a good time. Because it is just as wacky. Did I get a starter? Because we're almost certainly going to forget that. Like, it's just as wacky as you would imagine it to be. I think that's why it's so nice. There's a button, for example, if you press the G button in Tabja, Totally Accurate Battlegrounds, you start beatboxing and you hold your weapon sideways, because that's the gangster mode button, obviously. I don't know if it's, unfortunately, I don't know if it's on Xbox. I've only ever played it on PC. But it's a battle royale game made by the people who made Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. That weird kind of goofy quasi-strategy game of sorts. And it's a weird, goofy battle royale game. And I really enjoy it. I definitely used to, and I think I still do. But like the first game I played, there was a guy who was just somehow setting fire to everyone. Literally everyone. And he was nowhere near anyone, so he was clearly hacking. I think he got kicked because he disappeared, or at least he stopped setting fire to everyone. So there's still some issues. We bought 100 parts from the shop, chat. 100 new parts from the shop. So we got an achievement for that. That's what that noise was. A noise of achievement. I know, like, Russian Badger made, I think, quite a few videos on it a while ago now. It has definitely gotten cold in the past couple of weeks. Probably just a week, actually. Yesterday, at least in Sydney, was incredibly cold in the evening. It, as my mum would say, it was definitely snowing somewhere. You could just feel the chill in the air as if it had just come off snow somewhere. Definitely one of those days where you're like, it is nice to be inside. It wasn't too bad today, at least for me. I was inside for the most part, and when I wasn't, I was walking. And that kind of kept me warm. Where'd I go? We need 2 of these and we need 1 of those suspension arms. But it has definitely felt like the cool temperature has been delayed somewhat. Because it wasn't that cool for much of winter. And then all of a sudden it's kind of just caught up and remembered, oh yeah, it's meant to be cool this time of year. I'm just gonna catch up. Sorry. Definitely weather where I'm like, it would be so choice to have like a fireplace. I can't guarantee I'd use it because I think, I spend a lot of my time in my bedroom, if only because that's where the computer is. And I am nothing if not a nerd. But just when I went up to the Blue Mountains last year, and probably when I go up again later on this year, I will spend a lot of time just kind of vibing in front of the fireplace. Because there's something so primal, I guess, about having just a wood fire in front of you. Also, the smell just really hits the spot, you know? I know it can be a little bit triggering in Australia, given the proximity to the bad smell of like bushfire. But in moderation, burning timber is definitely a nice smell. And I do wonder if it comes back to that same primal thing of like, hell yeah, I got fire going on, man. Having this feeling of making it. Okay, now what wheels? Actually, what we should do, let's have a look at the body kit we can get for this. And also let's take the front seats out. And let's have a look at what body kit we can have for this. So we've got like 6 front bumpers, which is wild for what is basically a city car. I think this is a widened fender. Like, we've got a lot of stuff. It could be really quite cool. Yeah, that is. That's 100% a widened fender. Sick. Yeah, let's get some vents in the hood. Do we want to split it? No, I don't think so. But I reckon we go for probably that one. Just all mouth. honestly can't tell the difference. Oh, it's because this one's got the lights in it. You can just make them out. You can just see the lights there, and there's no lights here. I will acquire that, just have a look at it. But I don't think that's what I want. Yeah, it's not quite what I want. I think I want it to be a bit more of a sleeper. Or at least somewhat kind of stock adjacent. So maybe in the theme of that, we actually get rid of that. Let's just buy one of each. So that's just the regular one, but it's probably got some black trim on it. The actual wheel arch. It's just that, but with paint color. Okay. There's also two. Okay, so you get that one, or you get this one with the bump pads on the side. I might go that because a little bit funky, but I do actually think it's kind of cool. There's a lot of stuff you can do, and I do like that. Like the mods do go pretty hard. I believe that's in theory to prevent it from being banged. Okay, that doesn't quite work. Oh, and that really flares up the back. Ah. So then you'd flare up the front as well. That's the thickness you can see there. Didn't notice that before. Whereas that's just the standard. Is there a thickness on the front one? No, that just comes from the fenders, I guess. Maybe we do go for the thickness of the front. Get as much width out of the wheels as we can. Because we're going to need it. Probably. Paint color trunk. Some tail lights. Some front lights. Wing mirrors, some body windows. Got the doors, but we need some glass for them. I guess this is like roof rack stuff? Oh, you've also got to put the badges on. This is quite a detail put together. I mean, I can see that you could take off the windshield wiper, but also why would you? Like, even assuming this is meant to be like a race car, having a windshield wiper is probably not a bad idea. So you can kind of see what you're doing. You don't have car part 1 nor car part 2. So we could go black or chrome. I think we go chrome. Because I don't know what color we're going to paint it, but it'll be nice to see it regardless of what it is. Okay, and what were the wheels? Let's open up Notepad again. 155 by 65 by 14. I'm gonna go 230 16. Do we have any like? Yeah, okay, we do. So we've got like Land Rover, we've got Aston. So I've got some rims from the companies. Zonda rims, for example. But for this, what do we want though? We want something modern. Maybe something like that. Somewhat sedate. What did we want? We wanted 16. Let's just start with 1. Figure out if it fits, you know? We want race tires. We want 1. We want 16 by 200 by 35. Let's try that out. It's going to be 2 inches more than what it's normally having. Ugh, I didn't notice that bump in the middle. Not terrible, but not entirely my cup of tea. But you know, beggars can't be choosers. Come on. Let's take you up a little bit. It's a little bit extreme at the back, but I think it's fine. Can I take you off of there and put you on the front? You look like up here. Okay, significantly narrower than the body. So what we can do, what was that, 205? Inventory, 205. So we could try 255, 265, but we could also simply offset the wheel out. But given what we've done to the engine, I think probably not a bad idea to have thicker wheels, at least to the front. Okay, but I think we still want to do an offset. We come in here, find the rim again, because that one got the hump though. Is there a better one while we look? Even retro? Any retro ones? Not really. We go for a classic. Any classic ones looking good? What about that one? That's kind of classic. Yeah, let's do that with a 30 offset. So I think that means it's push 30 out, but that's probably not going to be quite enough. The rims at least are much nicer to my eyes than the ones we had previously. Basically perfect. What was that? I can never remember. At a 30 offset, there's 16 rim. I just can't recall. There we go. 265, 35. Let's put this in the notepad. 265 by 35, 16 with an ET of 30. So 16 of you, not 16 of you, 3 of you at size 16, the 30 offset. Then we go over here, go into here, 3 of you at size 16, the width of 265, and a profile of 35. We'll just make them all the same. Yep. Gotta make sure we don't accidentally use that 205 wheel. We've bounced 5 tires, chat. Fits pretty well, but it could actually be further out, I think. I wonder if you could actually, if it needs to be a little bit wider at the back. Like pushed out a bit more. The answer might be maybe. Rim Classic 04. 16. This, with a 50, that's as much as it can be. Alright, let's see what it looks like with the most offset it can have. Yeah, it's basically perfect. Like, it definitely doesn't need this larger tire, I don't think. I hope not. Well, maybe I do hope not. Oh, it's still unbalanced. Maybe I want to live a little. Maybe I want to have an exciting drive. Give it some liquids. This is a long way away from the radiator, this coolant. Also, it is a little weird that the throttle, like the air intake, is there when the air filter is over here. But far be it for me to tell the French how to make a car. After all, they've made at least 7. I haven't actually made any. Apologies for the ads, chat. Okay, so that is clearly not working. Why is that not working? That's just annoying. Because the ad is clearly not done. Okay, well, we need some parts for the inside. Got a Porsche bench. I think we've got Porsche seats as well. Yeah, we've got Nissan seats, 370Z seats. We got F-type seats, GTR seats, Elise seats, Carrera GT seats. Nice, nice, nice. I can never pronounce it. Pagani seats. Vantage seats. Zonda seats. Oh, we've also got, you know, EBS steering wheels, 911 steering wheels, Jag steering wheel. That's a really not great looking steering wheel there. The Z steering wheel. Yeah, it's possible. That's the fresh imports. Does that have... No, it doesn't have interior stuff. No, it's all exterior. Okay. What do we want to use for our seats? Because we want something grippy, you know, something that'll hold on to you. I think that's a little bit much, the 370Z seat. And the 911 seat, that's kind of all reliable. The E-type seat just looks like a lounge chair, if I'm honest. The Huayra seat is very much overkill. See it? No, Seat Tyro. I was like, I didn't realize See It was in this game as well. Where was it? 911 perhaps? Okay, I need to fix that ad thing. That is unfortunate. I thought I had nailed it. Alas, not the case. Yeah, GTR. Yeah, perhaps a little bit low. We need a steering wheel. Like the DBS one would be choice, but it's got the, you know. I don't actually know what the name of the logo is for Aston Martin. It's got the logo for Aston Martin, whatever it's called. Winged Glory or something? I don't know. We'll go Old Reliable, the Mosquito Mark V. We do all that so we can get in here. Okay, just to make sure it turns on. Oof, we were in for a bad time. Maybe I wanted a little toe in as a treat. Okay, so that's all shipshape. Let's take you over to the Dino. I think we need 7 gears. Turn down that. Move that, move that. Something a bit more like that. Apply. Oh, there's no ECU tuning? Oh, I need a tuning ECU. Oh, okay. Where does one acquire a tuning ECU? Tuning ECU. Stage 3? Let's be reasonable. Let's go stage 2. I don't know, you had to put in a different one. Okay, to achieve the best performance from ECU training, you need to align the bars. Higher position, better performance. Adding value to one bar changes value on all remaining bars. Higher ECU stage means more bars and more performance to gain. So I think the most, there we go, 4.5. $6.75 actually. Let's do that. Miss the rear suspension arm. Damn it. There's always something. Aha. I could crawl under there. I don't think... I mean, I don't have a body, so I could definitely fit under there. I'm effectively non-corporeal. I don't think we put any suspension on the back. That's not great. No, I did. I put it on that side. Okay. Do have suspension. Let's try the Dino again. Yes, I do want to proceed with the Dino test. So originally we had 68 horsepower and 109 newton meters of torque. Judging from the sound of it, we probably have a little bit more than that. That's not bad. 150%. Not terrible. Not great, obviously. Hold on. Let's take you to the paint booth. Pearl is looking very nice, actually. I think French Racing is a duck egg blue. Right, something like that. Let's do that. What's all this? Factory colors. Ah. Interesting. Oh, these are the liveries. I remember I read about those in the workshop and I wasn't sure what they were. Yeah, I think the GTR seats are probably a little bit lower than they should be. Let's go to the racetrack. We've also got some new photo locations too. A hangar and something else. This is a lot better than any of the cars we've driven recently. I mean, it is also probably a lot slower. But it is just nicer to drive around corners and stuff. We're definitely going to be getting a record. It's already been a minute. Like, this is a Citroen C2. Even if it is a Citroen C2 GT or RS or whatever, Citroen C2 Type R. Still not quite, a supercar. It's just sportier than it used to be. Basically 2 minutes is not terrible. Not great, but not terrible either. We've also got workshop maps now, so this is a speed run. Like a German highway speed run thing. We've got photo locations, so we've got that one that we both all know, this one, there's also this one, the hangar, and the underground car park, which I think is probably going to be the most appropriate for this situation. Who the hell are you? Ooh, where's the car? Yeah, where's position 1? Oh, it's over there. I was expecting I don't know. Something a bit more exotic, I guess? Maybe the hangar. Let's try the hangar out. See if that's any better. Photo location, hangar, author unknown. I think default's probably fine. Maybe rotate it a little bit, turn the wheel a little bit. Lower the height, lower the exposure. Lower the height a little bit more so I kind of square with it. Get that Citroen logo right in the middle. No, I think the other one? Yeah, so you can see the wheel kind of kicking out. Alrighty, I think we're ready to sell it. Let's see what we can do. Money-wise. See what we can make, what bank we can earn.
That was one of the things that made me be like, man, I gotta go pursue my dream.
You can earn $37,000. Not terrible. Didn't see one, sorry. Wasn't even the C2. My mistake. Hey, well let's do an Audi R8. Already on the lift. Let's go. It's a V8? Yeah, it's the V8, and it's also a rear wheel version, unfortunately. let's take it up further so we can get the transmission out. Starter motor out, I mean, of course. Just 3 screws for this transmission. It's pretty loose. What engine can you have? So you can have the OHGM M1D or the GMSC M1D, which I think is supercharged, probably? That was V8. This one. The CGM M1D for 490,627. Or the supercharged version for 680,840. Well, I think we know which one we're going for. We're going for this one. Specifically that one. I think that's right. Yeah, it's got the M1D at the end. So it'll either be that one or that one. And I think we're going that one. All that. Let's get an engine block. We've already did that, okay. Power steering pump. Fuel filter. Crankshaft. And idle. Okay, let's start adding some parts. I mean, the supercharger will significantly help out, obviously, in terms of getting the old HP up. We finally have got a Hemi piston. It's just not in a Hemi engine. About damn time, though. Piston. Probably need these ones then. Finally, we've finally gotten a Hemi cylinder. Or a Hemi piston. And apparently, I guess, a Hemi cylinder. Filter V8. I will. You should actually buy it rather than just cancelling it. Clutch plate. Clutch pressure plate. One of these, please, and one of these, please. I think this is a pushrod V8, which doesn't seem particularly Audi. I'm not an audiologist, so who am I to judge? Need a lot of push rods, chat. Literally 16 of them. So I think it's safe to say this is actually a V10 R8. That's why there's a slightly flared kind of streaks down the side of it. That someone has LS swapped. I think that's the only logical conclusion here. Also really annoying that each of the rocker arms are going to be individually bolted into. So it better give us some more power, baby. Bolting. So much bolting. Need 16 of these too. They've each got to be bolted in individually. I feel like this kind of been like the best way to do it, right? Having a, what are they called again? A valve push rod and then a rocker arm on top to actuate the valve underneath there. Just because the camshaft is right in the middle there. Spark plugs. 8, please. I don't actually know if push rods are common these days. I don't think so. I can't imagine so. I can't imagine like the RS6 runs off of push rods. Casual 5% additional. They say it's DOHC, but it's clearly not. It's just single cam, not even overhead. I was wondering what we're bolting on top. Ignition coils. This is definitely a different engine. I've never done this before. And we built our fair share of V8s in this stream. Once I finish screwing in these ignition coils, healthy bot, I will. For you, I will get a drink. did it for you. Stay healthy, bot. I got hydrated. Throttle. Another single percentage point. But still, it's nothing to sneeze at. Definitely weird because there's a lot of stuff that's looks like it should be not on this engine, like this dual overhead cam arm or this DOHC chain. But it's not dual overhead cam. As I said before, it's not even dual cam. It's single internal cam. Whatever that means. Like, I don't think that's an option. Single internal cam. In terms of like specifying it. Oh, I realised we forgot to put on all the haps for the pistons. We're going to have to turn the engine on upside down momentarily. It's just because this game has a weird naming convention where it will use, like, this is the DOHC arm, but this is the correct overhead valve thing, band. Only 3 of those and 8 of those. I'm just gonna get a jump real quick, chat. It is getting a little bit colder in my room. Give me a I have returned. I also got some more water. Because hydration is important. A stay healthy bot will attest. Just me and the bots talking about hydration. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a zoomer, I reckon. I think it's going to go. Not missing anything? Nothing obvious. Okay. Take all of this off. Front wheels off too. Surprisingly good bolts. Okay, so it is all-wheel drive. That is good to know. I was kind of worried it wouldn't be. Got double A suspension front and back as well, which is interesting. I think that's the name of it, right? These two of these A-frame. Got sports tires, but they're no race tires. I think I remember when I was installing this, well, like selecting the mod, not really a huge amount involved in installing a workshop mod. I think I read that they had like quite a substantial range of body kits, including like Need for Speed ones, like Need for Speed wide body kits and stuff like that. That's quite exciting. Something to look forward to. Okay. Upsy daisy. This is actually the first all-wheel drive car we've worked on. I know to think about it. Every other car we've worked on has either been front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. I don't think we've touched a all-wheel drive car. That's interesting. This will hopefully be faster around the track as a result, because we've got power going to all 4 sides. Damn it. Didn't nail that one. Or that one for that matter. One less brake caliper in the world. The ones that aren't on the corners that are the most difficult for me. Because those ones basically work out to be a threefer. Because it goes across the first one, stops on the second one, and then goes back across the first one. A little bit more time to react. Not a huge amount of time additional, but every little bit helps, right? I can't. No excuses on that one. Double wishbone, not double A. Gosh darn it, chow. Okay, wow, we have been missing a lot of stuff. Get that sway bar up in here. Sway. Okay, it was front sway bar. I wasn't sure. Not sure if it's something else. Okay, we've got 2 good upper suspension arms. We need 4. Frost, how you doing, my guy? We're finally playing Car Mechanic Simulator on the Steam. Which means we've got mods. Which means we're working on an R8. Sleep well, Frost? Sleep like a baby? Or sleep weird, like I slept last night. I slept weird. I had a weird dream last night. As I mentioned earlier, I had a weird dream where the first part was something along the lines of taking out the Death Star, I think. But in doing so, it fell out of orbit around the Earth and crashed into the planet and caused like a mile-high tsunami across the entire planet, which I think killed everyone, but also froze people. And those frozen people would wake up every 100 years for a little bit before going back to frozen jail. It was weird. But at least you slept well. At least one of us did. Suspension? Spring then. Oh, what about wishbone? Double wishbone shock absorber. That's the rear one probably. I mean, you know, whatever it takes, right? If that's what it takes to get to sleep, I'm not going to hold it against you. I don't actually know what we need for the back one. Oh, so we do need a front one to hold the rear one in place. Oh wait, no. Yeah, we do. Okay. Weird, but we can make that work. So you got any big plans for your weekend, or is the medication kind of meaning you're not going to be doing too much? You're homesick. Which is never fun on the weekend. It's like getting sick on the vacation. It's like, ugh. I explicitly requested this time off and now I'm unwell. The worst. Well, I mean, that's no small thing, right? It's always nice to be minus work for a couple of days. I've got some time off coming up, and I'm just happy to be minus work as well. That's the big ticket item. Just not having to wake up and go to the office. I'll be doing some stuff during it, but just the simple pleasures of not having to go to the office is a huge plus. Yo, indeed, sir. So we need a front drive axle. Looking at buying one, are you? I would say I've had pretty good luck off of Gumtree, or off of like Facebook Marketplace buying used PCs, but actually it's closer to 50-50 really. I've never been brave enough to build my own PC, and I'm kind of bummed about that. Damn. That's a nice graphics card. There's also the point where I'm like, I don't actually know what I'd do with a 4090. Like, there's just so much horsepower in just that one component alone. Damn. I mean, I know it's a bit of a meme, but that would absolutely run NASA. That must cost an arm and a leg, though, surely. A pretty penny. But then again, in theory, that should last you a pretty long while. I mean, just the graphics card alone, like a 4090 or even what I have, a 3080. If you could somehow run, like, if you could somehow run an OS on it, you could basically run an entire computer on just the graphics card these days. Because they have so much, like, horsepower behind them, so much memory. Like, they've got the same computational power as like a computer did, you know, just a couple of years ago, it feels like. It's crazy how powerful they are these days. I've only got a Surface, what's the word? Pro. It does the job, but it definitely doesn't have a graphics card attached to it. Which I'm not super fussed about, because I really rarely will be playing on that as opposed to what I'm playing on currently, or like the Xbox in the living room or whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong, there is definitely a part of me that's like, that could be kind of neat to have. Particularly a, I've always had a soft spot for those computer or laptops, I should say, with the external graphics cards. I'm definitely not in a situation where I need one myself, but it just seems futuristic to me, I guess. And I guess it's partly to do with my misplaced romance of like traveling for work as well. %4 per exhaust pipe and 2% in the middle. It's nice. Those are enormous pipes, my goodness. You could put your head in that thing. Alright, let's get the engine in this bad boy. I've said before that I'm pretty sure this is not the right engine for this car. Like, if we're going off of the manual, but it's the engine the car wants. So it's the engine the car will get. I should have checked what gearbox I wanted. Thank you, Sergeant. One of those, please. Look like a Lambo or a lamb, as in a baby sheep. If it looked like a Lambo, then that makes perfect sense because it's an Audi R8. If it looked like a baby sheep, that makes... Which I think, if we're honest, is famous for not looking like a baby sheep. I think when it came out, that was something that all the reviewers agreed on. This looks nothing like a baby sheep. Okay, so everything's just kind of a little bit of a mess at the back. Give me a V8 starter, please. Battery, we need a pump. ABS, brake servo. Coolant. Fuel tank. all of the above. Power steering reservoir. Yep, should have stopped off at the electrical shop before I left. We'll need a Type A ECU, but we need to make sure it's tunable. We learned our lesson last time. Okay, so that's all the back end from above, at least. Anything else at the front from above? From below? No. So let's do it all from above. How do I like the Steam version of the game, or Steam the platform? The Steam version of the game is perfectly fine. It's basically the same. I've done a little bit of... yeah, we'll go stage 3, why not? Live a little, right? It's basically the same, obviously, but it is nice to have the modding ability. Like, it's not a huge thing, but it is still quite nice. And there's 2 radiators at the back. A lot of radiators. But ultimately, there's not a huge difference. Like, if I wasn't streaming it, I'm not sure I would acquire this. Like, I basically acquired it because it does get a little bit samey, just fixing up the same cars over and over again. By having a little bit more variety. And it seems to be popular with the old community. So having a little bit more variety in the cars that we're fixing, I thought would be a good idea. Alright, let's buy every fuse in the electrical shop. Of these. No, that's a radiator. We can't put a radiator in the fuse box. Not easily, at least. A Chevy Bel Air sounds really quite nice. Out of those two, like for real, which one do you prefer working on? Like, which one is easier to work on? Is it the Bel Air or is it the A3? Because I have heard that some of the Audis leave a little bit to be desired in terms of ease of maintenance and stuff. I mean, then again, like, I've got a friend who's a mechanic, and he's not a huge fan of working on European cars. But, I mean, counter that, I've got a friend in the Bible study that I'm in who only works on European cars because he works at Volkswagen. So, swings and roundabouts. Okay, luckily the fuel pump can be accessed from above. Put you in there. Hey, do we have everything on here? Yeah, I had a feeling that might be the case. I mean, older cars are just a wee bit easier to work on, aren't they? Okay, so we've got 295 35R 19 in the rear. But what I want to do first, before we look at the tires, is look in here at the body shop. Like, we have a lot of rear bumpers. I'm just wondering what the difference is. Sorry about the ads, chat. I think the only way to know is to buy them all. That thing does not work. Okay. So let's go alphabetically. So this is the OG. It's fine, obviously, it's the OG. Bumper B. I can't really tell a difference. Maybe there's slightly more contouring underneath. Oh, I do like how the exhaust pipes line up. They're very nice. Yeah, maybe a little bit more contouring underneath. Oh, there were fewer slats as well. That definitely looks like it widened up there. Like, what's this look like? I don't know. Like, it looked wider, didn't it? I swear it looked wider. Okay, so that's got flares there. What does that one do? Yeah, it's definitely got a flare going on it. I don't know if I want that. I don't want that, that's for sure. I don't want to examine it. Okay, so it was originally bumper E. Can we just stick with bumper E then? Ah, so that's the widened, I guess. Just gonna have to buy them all and basically see what's up. Nothing's up for that one. You don't have the necessary parts. That's for the wideness. Did that one. That one's just got a badge delete. That one's got a badge add. Don't know what the difference on that one is. It is hard. I don't know quite what the difference is for a lot of these parts. Like, they just look normal. Darker? I think that's darker. Don't know, but it does look good though. What is car part 4? Whatever this is. Sure, I'll buy a car part 4. I don't know what that did. But I'm guessing I'm glad I did it. I do not know for sure. But there's the fender. That's for the widened one, I guess. Maybe that was that we put in the boot. Oh, did the link expire? Well, hold on a second. That is not ideal. I could have sworn I told it not to expire. Invite people. Edit invite link. Expire after never. Generate a new link. Copy. Try that. And I will take this moment to make sure that I'm not going to have that happen again. So I'll try and update the command. Alrighty, well, welcome aboard. We're happy to have you, Frost. And thank you for pointing out that it wasn't working. I appreciate that. Now let's update it with that link. That's alright, I should have made one a while ago, if I'm honest. Now we've updated those commands. Now if we go over to channel, that's where we go. To channel. Oh, let's mute myself so we don't get to double. How do I change that? I swear Twitch makes it harder to change things than it should be. Notifications, no. Channel videos. Bio, here we go, bio. Let's change that. Oh, I must have put the new, I don't know. Anyway, it's working now. That's the part. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's buy a front fender. I mean, it's still pretty quiet there, if I'm honest. I'm still trying to figure out what it looks like to run a Discord server. Particularly as like an introvert. No, don't worry, I wasn't assuming. I was just kind of speaking, trying to fill the void. Car part 1, car part 1C, car part 1D. What's car part 1D? I think we can tell what C is. And car part 1, oh, that's that obnoxiously large. And, nah. Go old reliable. Engine cover. Engine cover A or B? What's engine cover A? That looks like a V10. Judging from the kind of ridge situation in there. Which is not what we got. We got a V8, I think. I think that's the V8. I mean, in the end, it doesn't actually matter. We're going to be traveling so fast, I'm not even going to be able to look in the rear. Hey, the wheels. What were the wheels again? Let's open up that notepad. Okay, so it was 235/35, R19 at the front, and 295/35, R19 at the back. Let's try for 20. So let's go into the rims. What would I wear if I was an Audi R8? Maybe that one? Maybe that one? That's kind of Audi-ish. I mean, that was quite nice on the Citroen. What does that look like at 20 inches? I reckon it'll look pretty nice. Let's work on the rear tire first. I'm gonna go a little bit oversize in the terms of width, just to see if the fitment is nice. In the game, sold it for $100 to $200,000. I was saying earlier, I'm kind of bummed out that it's not the actual original R8, because it's got the expansion of the strakes down the side. I mean, that's perfect fitment, but maybe a slightly lower profile tire. Possibly a different rim too. That was 20. 325. 20. 325. I'll leave you at 25. Is there a nicer rim that just is a bit more Audi R8? Maybe that one? Trouble is, none of the rims are particularly appealing, at least to me. I do wonder if that one might work. And we'll also try... Which one was it? Where was it? That one. I think. Let's try this one out first. It's definitely a car's... Like, I've seen that wheel on the road, but I cannot place where I've seen it. Like, on what car. Maybe I haven't seen it, or maybe I've seen it in a magazine, but I've definitely seen this wheel in real life. Much better now. I've got actual room around the wheel. I think we'll stick with those ones. Seem to work pretty well. Or at least well enough. We'll get one more 20. 325 at the back. I don't know what we'll do for the front. Because they're narrower, they're 235s currently. Maybe we'll go like 255s, 275, something like that. Nice. I mean, in real life, those cars are really, like, older cars are really sought after. Okay, tires race. 20. I think 275 for the front. It is also getting part of the power. From the... because it is all-wheel drive. But it's probably not a bad idea to have them quite a bit thicker than they used to be. Because I imagine we've got quite a bit more power than we used to as well. But how do these fit? Do they need some wheel spacers on them? The answer is no. But 275 works nicely. 20... 275. I know that there's a lot of like last generation, well, last production, I guess, Holdens that have been kind of bought up basically as assets rather than cars. Because they know that they'll, the owner that is, knows that they'll just appreciate in value. Oh, yes. Part 2. In a new car part 3 over here. Pop that off. Come on. Get some liquids in this thing and see if she turns on. Yeah, we'll just come at it this way, that's fine. Break servo, you there. For some reason that reminded me of the Without Me Eminem remix of the Skyrim guard, or the Oblivion guard. Oh, it's fantastic. You there, you violated the law. Been a long time since I've had a good brawl. Okay. There was something. Yes, the ABS does not have the ABS module. No good putting in the pump if you can't actually use it. Okay. Now we... Well, let's get some seats in here. Let's go for some... No, not Carrera. Let's go GTR seats again. And we'll go for... just ultra reliable. Mosquito Mach 5. Okay. How do you turn on? Oh yes. Yes, she does. But we weren't going anywhere straight, that's for sure. Whoa! Nor were we seeing where we're going either. At least they were both kind of in the same direction. I don't know why that's an at least, but at least it's consistent. Dino. Did we put a gearbox in here? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, it's a custom one of that. Okay. Seven gears, please. So we can get 5%. We can get 6%. Maybe we go 6%? didn't put in, we didn't press OK on the gearbox. Oops. That looks kind of hyperbolic, and that's normally what I try and do. It's a lot of... It's 70 between there. What's that? That's 30, that's 40, that's 40. That's 50, that's 60. That's also 60, and then that's 70. Try that. Yeah. But most importantly, let's get radiator housings in here. Accessible from the engine bay. Yeah. Let's put you back on the lift. I was accessing you from the engine bay. But what engine do you want from the Bel Air? Sorry, I was not paying attention. I was focusing on the wheels. What engine do you want for the Bel Air, Frost? I mean, don't let your dreams be dreams, obviously. Okay, rad housing B. Radiator.
Dexter, sorry again.
Also, we stand cats in general in this chat. Alright, so we started with 563702. This is a supercharged V8. I think we might have a little bit more than that now. Almost 1,000 horsepower and 1,200 newton meters of torque. And not bad. The paint shop. Oh. Let's get this looking fresh to death. I think metallic looks fantastic in that color.
Now we get to everybody's favorite part. It's the glissando. It is the one thing that when someone
I really do like the strike that the R8 has. That silver highlight there is really nice.
what it feels like to do this.
It is a little bit of a shame that you can't paint that in this. But I'm not going to lose too much sleep over it. Drive the car. Power steering fluid. That would be useful, wouldn't it? I'm in the engine bay. Can't get more in the engine bay than I am currently. Basically just means I need to lift it up just a touch. Just a little bit. As a treat. Give it a little bit of uppies. Hey. Drive the car to the racetrack.
Okay.
So the best time we've done so far, this stream and bike extension on Steam, is a 2-minute lap in our pimped Citroen C1. That only had 100 horsepower, I think it was. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 200 at the most. But we might be able to do a little bit better than that. Let's find out. Horsepower, absolutely send it, Frost. Go for it, my guy. Definitely having trouble staying straight. You got the brakes to match it. Ooh. Fine, chat. Oh, what did we hit there? Didn't expect the end of the rumble strip to really just put a stop to us so quickly. Driven over rumble strips a lot in this game because the handling often leaves a little bit to be desired as compared to the acceleration or top speed. Make it around the corner. This is going to be a great lap. Because that's where we messed up last time. Do that one more time. Think we can do better than 134. We got an achievement, by the way. Racer Boy finishing under 150. I appreciate the achievement, but I think we can do better. Despite our terrible start at this track. such a hard game to drive fast in. Oh, we should also take this to the drag strip, actually. What that's all about. That previous corner nicer meant that we didn't go over the sand. I think we saved 5 seconds just in that. Not terrible. I did really expect us to be able to do better than that. Let's go to the drag strip. I think you can bet money here as well if you want. I don't know if I do. I think you can. Because I've never done this before. I've never done this before. Let's go practice. But then we could also have a look at the quarter mile. What are we? An A class. Got any A class cars in here? Maybe that was the one that has the better upgrade path. This is the one we did. Slick. Try and give it as much of a comparison as we can. Okay, hold the brake, sorry. And brake? Oh, a little bit over 10-second quarter mile. Not bad. 0 to 200 in 5 seconds. Also, not bad. Let's try that again. I think we can do better than that. Yeah, Adrian, I'm thinking I might have a look at that. Welcome on in, by the way. Oh, no, I don't want sticky keys on. Sticky keys is off. Show this keyboard shortcut. Nope. Okay. I mean, that's basically a 10-second quarter mile, let's be honest. I think I might actually try it out. Let's give it a shot. Quarter mile, A class. Entry fee of 1,000 credits, that's not terrible. What? How's the Gymkhana car that powerful? Like PI level? Performance, whatever? I think if it was longer, we would have reeled them in. Because we crossed the line at a faster speed, just by 3 Ks. Yeah, they just had a significantly better blow down, but by the time it was into the 200s or so, we were definitely better. I don't know why we're watching the rest of this, because we didn't win it. I mean, what if we put 300 on that guy? We won $300. Let's do the same again. Oh, this time we can put $500. I lost $500. Your total payout was $600. I guess we'll try it one more time. The trouble is, I don't know if I can be bothered, Adrian. I definitely could. Don't know if I can be bothered. Oh, dear me. Maybe. I mean, the trouble is, this was meant to be like a more conventional race car, and I'm only now like, I could try it out in this. Doesn't have slick tires. Yeah, this is probably going to be a tight one. Terrible start. Bye. Everyone say bye to the McLaren and our money. We got shreked, chat. Rinsed by 2 seconds. Partly because our reaction time was almost a full second later. I mean, look at that. 0 to 100 to 200 in 4.1 seconds. Just served. Gee, there's a lot of McLarens in this. Let's put the money on the McLaren. Let's just put money on McLarens. I feel like it makes sense to try and have it sitting at the... Let's give it to the Audi there. Have it setting at the kind of peak torque band. Ooh, now which of these? Well, probably the one with more power, I would imagine. The long tail, the regular tail. I'm gonna go regular tail. Guess because it's got slightly more PI. And then we'll go to the more powerful regular tail. And I lost. That's alright, we got $3,800 out of it. Let's try it again. Same half a mile. This time we're back up against the Gymkhanas. Okay, Adrian, I'll take your advice. We'll just tap it. Again, wow, look at that. 0 to 50 in like 0.9 seconds. I think that's because... I think it's because we weren't revved up. The Hammersdale Strahl S1. Let's go for that one because it's a Koenigsegg, let's be honest. Probably not the Pikes Peak. I think the off-road tires are probably not going to help. Probably that one. I'm going to hope for that one. Wow. Turns out off-road tires are pretty great, actually. Hey, don't worry. We're all kind of experimenting here. I'm probably gonna go for the big F-off truck. I reckon they've got it in the bag. Also because they are, you know. Okay, well, cool. I give up. Let's try and go back to quarter mile. I mean, if it's good enough for Dominic Toretto, it's good enough for me, right? Let's go back to living our life a quarter mile at a time. Against another McLaren. Okay, so this was fun. Having this money. We just got owned. We were slightly faster to begin with, and then once they crossed 100, they just shot ahead. Look at that, there's like 0.4 seconds there, and then a whole 1.1 seconds from 100 to 200. I'm gonna say this, but the Pikes Peak Ford is surprisingly OP. This is four-wheel drive, so that probably is not a bad thing. This has got a significant PI advantage. I'm gonna say that Volkswagen Beetle Carrera GT. Not sure about that, but hopefully. That's a shame. Gonna say that one because it's got the four-wheel drive. Yeah, I mean, also just having slick tires would probably be super helpful. Okay, so we got none of that accurate. Let's do that one because it's got a huge PI advantage and we'll probably end up losing 1,000 credits. No, we didn't. That's nice. Trouble is the wheels are fitting perfectly at the back. I mean, look at that fitment. They're right there. So the only thing we could do would be slick tires. But in terms of like maintaining the sanctity of our fitment. I'd also know that they fit so perfectly at the front as well. I was going to say we could go larger at the front, but they fit very nicely there too. I mean, I'm probably a lot more about looks than I really should be when it comes to trying to win the drag. Excuse me, hiccups. R20. Slick tire. 220. 275. Two of those, please. I've been on a real Mountain Dew kick of late. I've been doing the Dew. It's really been partly because I've been really sleepy, so just that little bit of caffeine has been nice. Uh, 325. For some reason that took me a long time to process in my head. Oh, no, just regular 20. 325. That was the wrong way to spin that. That's slick. That's race. Did I only buy one of them? That's a shame. Three, 2, 5. Thank you. Right, this should probably, I mean, hopefully, give the car a little bit more go-go juice that we call acceleration. 325. While I do this, I do actually want to show off my new redeem. I'm very proud of it. To you all, Frost and Adrian. Here she is. I'm a huge fan of it. Partly because it took all of my afternoon basically to put it together. Okay, let's put you back outside. try and drag. Okay, so we're gonna take you to the dyno again. I am really proud of it. So we've got to do this now because we've got the slick tires. Like you can't see it clearly, but that right there, where its peak torque is at 5,300 or so RPM. That's why I was trying to rev it to that point. Okay. So we're significantly better. Like, we've gone up a whole 100 on the drag strip. I don't know what that will mean in terms of who we're versing. I can't imagine they're going to allow us to still take on the previous people that we were combating. Yeah, I mean, gosh darn it, 897? We're going to get owned. Unfortunately, I can't bet against myself. We're gonna get absolutely owned. Do I need to aim for about 5,000? I mean, I just got disqualified. Excellent. I forgot to hold down the handbrake. Let's try that again. From the top this time. McLaren F1 wide body? Didn't know there was a McLaren F1 wide body. Yeah, I can see it could be useful there. There was a time, so I only bought this on Steam today. There was, probably 2 months ago or so, when we were playing through this through Game Pass. There was a period of time where we had so little money, so we're just kind of doing the bare minimum jobs just to try and earn some money. Ooh, that was quite close, but we won it. That's the important part. And it looks like we were pulling away from them just a little bit. So they were catching up here. Well, a little bit there too. Strangely, we were slower there, but we were faster here. Curious. I'm gonna go for the wide body again because it's just cool. Let's go for that. And I'll go for the Heimdall again because, or the Hammerdale because it's just sick. Vintage race tires. I mean, hopefully. I mean, if it does have 2,000 horsepower, assuming it can put it to the road, not just smoke your tires, like 1 billion. I don't want to look to the right because I'm so worried that, yeah, they're going to be ahead of me. Just. They were what? What's that? 0.5 of a second ahead? Damn it. Yeah, we got owned. Look at that. 0.5 of a second difference from 100 to 200. The Hammerdale Strahl S Thor does not really do that well. I mean, surely the money's on this one, just given the 30 plus difference. It feels ridiculous that a Lancer beat a wide-body McLaren F1, but here we are. I actually wonder if the damn. Let's try this again. Do the slick tires affect the handling? Yeah, they do seem to a little bit. Let's put you back out the front. I don't know what to do with this car just yet. Let's go back to the junkyard. Let's see what else is going on. Like, we saw a McLaren F1 before, but that was literally $1 million to buy, and it was from the junkyard. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. Apparently what we need to do is buy a Ford Fiesta. That's the winning move for a drag tune, apparently. I did, I got +6. The Hudson Hornet. Oh, that does seem tempting. Not going to be a good drag car, but a cool car. What are you? Oh, the Bolt. The Cadillac. I got 6% on a stage 3 ECU, and I thought that was pretty sick. Oh, 16%. Okay, I apparently undersold myself. Okay, well, here's another R8. Is this the newer one? It is the newer one.
That's it. I've had it with this dump.
With a V10 engine this time.
Dude, we got no jobs. Our pen's heads are falling off. Okay, just calm down. What the hell are we doing here, Harry? We gotta get out of this town. Yeah, and go where? Where are we gonna go?
I might actually take you up on that offer. We'll just have a brief look to see if there's anything else of interest in here. There's another Volvo. But yeah, I might take you up on that offer. We'll take that over to the Dino, and more importantly, to the tuning bay. Look, here's another McLaren. Oof. a GTR longtail, no less. Okay, let's go home. Let's take a quick masterclass from Adrian. Let's log on to Skillshare.com/Adrian100111. Now, let me just double check. Yeah, it's got the stage 3, yep. They're things for newer cars rather than Bel Airs. You've got a carburetor. This is what I had. I thought 6% was pretty good. I just now realized I could have gotten 12. Like, are you meant to be able to get all of them at the same level, Adrian? Like, all of them at +6? Because I've never been able to do that.
You sold my dead bird to a blind kid? Lloyd, what do you... Petey didn't even have a head. Harry, I took care of it.
Moving them up just as moving them down. This is weird as hell. That's alright. I've only gone and lost that 12 that I had before. We've got 9. That is more than we had before. Okay. I shall stop. Actually, I can just reset it by coming back out. And that doesn't change. How did I get it to that before? I guess I just did that. Is this annoying you, Adrian? I shall wait. I mean, I think that's the best we're gonna get, right? I mean, it is still significantly more than it was. Hold on. And go on the first one once. That's all right, Adrian. I can hear the exasperation through the screen. I appreciate your help. On the last one, go up till they are leveled. Doesn't want to be leveled, Adrian. auto-leveled. We're all at 0. That's A level. Got 1 on every one of them. Hey, there you go. Look at you, Adrian. What a masterclass in patience and also tuning. It truly wasn't actually that difficult. Turns out I just made it that difficult. No, but I imagine the carburetor is probably something similar. More to the point, Adrian, I'm glad you didn't give up. Okay, now it's firmly 1,000 horsepower and basically 1275 Newton meters. So let's go and get schooled again. For old time's sake. Yeah, Dark, sorry, there's no escaping the levels. It must. Surely, right? Surely it's either going to have an ECU or a carburetor. Right? Okay, well, lucky you then, I guess. And shows how little I know about the vehicles that we call cars. Gunny Zonda. Damn. I'm gonna put money on the Pikes Peak though. I'm gonna put money on the Pagani Zonda because this car never wins. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna put money on this, despite the fact that I said this one never wins. But I mean, just look at the PI difference. Again, this one. That one. And that one. Maybe that one. Alright, let's... Oh, I forgot to put money on that one. That's alright. I mean, if you can, all performance parts is the only way to do it. Handbrake. Throttle to about 5.5. Ah, 0.3 of a second. Very nice. So we were slower at the start to 50, but we were much faster to 100, slower to 150, but faster to 200. That's curious. The reaction time was not too much worse. Curiously, we were faster, just like overall. Like in terms of actual speed. Oh cool, we're up against the Beetle again. I'm gonna put the money on the Lancer just because of that there. The 4x4. I'm gonna put this over here because of that difference in number. A difference of 70? I feel like that's a fairly foregone conclusion. No, apparently not. What does the drag rating even matter? Apparently a number that the Drag Association just pulls out of its ass. Yep, they won. I had a feeling they did. Yeah, look at that. They were going 10Ks faster than we were. Look at that. 0.7 of a difference. Yeah, from 100 onwards, they just shot ahead. Ah, beans. I mean, surprisingly, this one just seems to be killing it, so maybe we'll put the money on this one. And let's just go all in on the Lancer. Oh, yeah. Like, I think, frankly, I'm just not very good at it. Pagani versus Time Attack Lancer? Don't know. I really don't know. Because it doesn't seem to make... This number here doesn't seem to make any sense. I knew it. I knew it would have an ECU. Let's go all in on the Lancer. Ah, well. Return to the Gurge. Let's leave you there. What was it? So this was the other R8 that we've gone and picked up. We only picked up this car, that's right. Now if we go over here, this one, that is a lot more spoilers. And a lot more, a lot more, and by that I mean a wide body kit. Look at that, chat. Damn. Wide as hell. Wide body 2. And a C. Wide body 2. Hood H. Let's get you out of here. Obviously, I'm not going to be leaving it like this, but I'm just trying to figure out what this would look like. That looks sick as hell. That's what it looks like. Sick as hell. I don't know. They both look sick. Yeah. No, I know. That's partly why I'm like, this is a good outcome. I mean, frankly, I probably care about the looks a little bit too much, if we're honest with ourselves. That looks so nice. Car part B, that's the side skirts, right? Yeah. 2B performance. I would like some performance, please. I mean, that looks sick as hell. Okay, so we're definitely doing that next time. What do we do with you? this is our G-Wagon, as you could probably tell. Unfortunately, the not particularly, pretty. What engines can we give you? That one. A V12 M158. Damn.
I'm already up in there, and you better get ready for me. You better run, motherfucker, when I come. 'Cause I'm coming for real and bringing the clip.
Extra wide, huh? How wide? Okay, pretty damn wide. You got extra wide rear? Super wide. That is an astounding undertaking, Adrian. Like, that's crazy stuff. Yeah, if you want to put it in the game photo thing in the Discord, I'd be happy to have a look at it. That's what it's there for. I mean, I've been the only one posting in there because I'm still trying to get the thing off the ground, but that is what it's there for. Slap it in there and I'll check it out. Oh yeah, perfect. Thank you, Adrian. That should work. Dark Frost realized there was a problem with it earlier today, and I've hopefully fixed that up. It was working before, at least. The Volkswagen Bora, I think? Nope, the Salem Kiran, which I think is a Volkswagen Bora knockoff. I would like to buy this ladder, please. A tofu delivery car. Oh, yeah. I know it's an EV, but I'm still very interested in this. There are just not a lot of cars at the junkyard today. You there, sir, in the Lancer. Nope, that's an environmental car. Not in the Prius sense, in the I can't touch that sense. Okay, I think we go home. Maybe do one last look at the junkyard, and then maybe call it there for the night. Oh wow, you're right there, huh? What body shell can we do for you? Ah, we can take the roof off? Cool, cool. That's about it. That's fine. Taking the roof off is neat. So we can do that and replace it with that. Just get the wind in our hair, chat. It'd be lovely. I mean, look at the size difference between those two. No, I do like a small car, chat. Big fan. That's all right. If it gets too much, I'll let you know. Don't worry. I'm just I think I'll be happy just to have someone else interacting in there. Okay, that's... What are you, a Tesla? Oh, you must be one of the Tesla knockoffs in the DLC. Hey. A Jaguar F-Type. Very nice. That's a Porsche. This is not a Porsche. This is a Roadster. Wow. Well done. Another G-Wagon? No, I think one's enough. The RS America. I mean, that's a fair question. Are we doing it? Are you doing that kind of self-imposed challenge in the sandbox mode or in another mode? Sandbox or campaign expert even? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. A dummy 0 horsepower engine? Oh my goodness. 2,900 horsepower? How much torque? Like, does it also have just an earth-shattering amount of torque? Oh, excuse me, Chen. Very rude. That's... just mind-boggling numbers. You don't even need a gearbox. You have that much power in that engine. Just leave it in like 5th gear, you'll be fine. I don't know if this is going to work properly or not. Because it doesn't have an engine. And then when you click on it, it doesn't have an engine. That said, definitely who dares wins. Let's just do a quick peek over at the old car mechanical workshop. SL. Seeing if it says anything about the engines that you can slap in this bad boy. Ah, that's a shame. That is more horsepower than I've made out of 2 cars tonight. Choose between 2 options. Quit leaving pool. I guess that's where we call it a night, chat. I was going to end, but I was hoping to end on a slightly better note than that. Did I not have the car mechanic? Was this not included in the gold pack or whatever? No, it wasn't. Somehow, I did not include the Mercedes one. I must have missed that. I meant to acquire it, but I did not. So I will, in time, and fix that issue. Let's try and find someone to raid out there, shall we? There's no one especially exciting in car mechanic in the world of car mechanic streaming. I think instead we shall raid out to It's Quent. Thank you very much for joining me tonight, chat. I appreciate it. There are so many other channels you could be watching people play games on. So I'm glad you chose mine. I will see you on Wednesday for something. I don't know. It could be Wreckfest. It could be something else. I'm still trying to fill that void that Need for Speed Unbound left when we finish that on this channel. Until then, I hope you have a good start to your week and a good rest of your weekend, more importantly. Yeah, as Adrian pointed out, drop the Discord a join, and for as long as I'm allowed to on Twitter or X, drop me a follow over there as well to keep up to date in both areas, keep up to date with what's happening in the stream. I'll do my best to put it out there when I figure out what it is we're doing. Until then, thank you again very much for joining me. And let's go say hi to Quent. All right, cheerio.